Well, we lost a good guy this last week, a friend of mine, co-worker. Bad news. And of course, I'm talking about YogDog, a fellow streamer with the rest of the great guys over at Slytherin TV. We stream Slytherin and Matrix games there. Yes, we lost YogDog. Real name Jonathan Brown, but we all knew him as YogDog. Really, really nice guy. Helpful above and beyond the Call of Duty. Helped me out a few times. Just, with minor things, but still very helpful. And it's sad. It's sad. He was quite young. And I was just totally stunned by the news when I heard it. But what we're going to do today here is play one of the games that he loved. He played so much. I love the game as well. We're going to play Strategic Command, particularly. I don't know if he had a favorite Strategic Command, but we're going to be playing Strategic Command World War I today in his memory, because it's a fun activity. It gives people, gives people enjoyment, reason for being. So yeah, we're gonna remember YogDog today. And hello, Challenge Boys, how you doing? So I know it's a bit somber. Now I'm gonna play one that I played before, and actually there is a full series on this, but we can always play play things again, try to do a little bit better. We're going to play the 1918 Ludendorff Offensive. This is from March 21st, 1918 to December 31st, 1918, 72 turns. We're not obviously going to get them all today, but we are going to try to dig into this as well. So, and hello, Blast Pop. How you doing? Okay, Big D from Discord. Yeah, Challenge Boys. You can't follow everybody's different names and different what do we want to call them? Social media franchises, types. Okay, so we're going to play this campaign. And we're going to, of course, play as the Central Powers, because that's the real challenging one. Now, to set the scenes for this, and we're going to be playing, as you maybe can tell, with the Blue Max. Started out as a mod, now it's sort of an integrated DLC. I like it. Now, there's controversy around quote-unquote NATO counters. And sometimes it's just us old guys. Sometimes it's just people like a certain style. Because I know they have in this game particularly, the cluster of guys with like a circle below them to represent what's going on. So for me, this just is so much more readable, and they can be like this, and I really like the colors in this, dressed up NATO counters with, because I can so quickly read the symbols of the NATO, but also get other information. Yeah, Blast Pop. Oh, man. Blast Pop, what a shocker he's saying over on YouTube about the loss of YogDog. Because I was getting ready to stream, and I was wondering why there was no tea time. But I was getting ready to stream for supposedly after tea time. But then the sort of announcement in memory video pops up, and I asked through our backdoor Discord, about what was going on with YogDog. Yeah, that's just sad. But we want to go on. We all try for a certain type of immortality, whether it's from a lot of people having children, other people just trying to be remembered for doing things. Of course, yes, a lot of us here uh, are making videos to be remembered by. And now, unfortunately, for YogDog, and I'll get to your question in just a moment, Challenge Boy. He was mostly streaming, and so mostly on Twitch, so they don't preserve. Well, they actually, I think, do in the background, but they don't preserve a lot of the videos or the streams. Just again, a shameless self plug here. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and even Twitter. And yes, we know a little bit of what happened, Challenge Boys. YogDog, well, I'll say what he said on his channel, that he was autistic and had ADHD. I know he was mentally troubled. He took his own life. At least this is from what we know, and this was on his Discord. I did not see it there, but one of his oh boy, I'm just having trouble here. Just one of his moderators let us know. So yeah, I mean, I'm still vaguely hoping it's all some big hoax and just be mad at him. But no, I think this is quite real. And I do know he had some other mental difficulties, and I don't know what the world is like for him, or what it was like for him in understanding the world. And maybe it just got too painful, too complicated. I don't know. But yeah, that's my understanding. Beyond that, I don't know. I mean, as in how or whatnot. And I went and looked at just a bit of his last stream that was still up. And he was talking in our Discord the week before that he was getting and had gotten a new computer. And I mean, not like super excited over it, but hey, new computer, things are going to be better. And it just, I mean, that was going on while, all this stuff. So yeah, it's just sad. And, don't want him entirely to be forgotten. So this is my sort of tribute. And we're going to have fun, but we can talk about him and whatnot too. Okay, so again, we'll see how far we go on this as a series, or because I did make another one, but learned a lot since then. Okay, decisive victory can be won by capturing all 4 hexes in Paris, or a major victory will be won by holding any of the following sets of objectives. So go Wipers, Dunkirk, Calais, Boulogne, Dieppe, or Verdun, Toulon, Nancy, Rheims, or Soissons, or any part of Paris. So even if we just get one hex in Paris, once you have decided your objectives, deploy your units accordingly. Okay. Advice on your artillery deployment. All of your artillery units that are already on the map will start the campaign with 5 shells, but the ones you are about to deploy will have 10 shells. Therefore, guns deploy will be the ones that provide the main punch in your initial attacks, note if you select auto deploy, these units will be placed between Lille and San Quentin. Right, okay, so first we're not going to do auto deploy. All right. Now, I wish there was something in between. This is one of the complaints I have with Strategic Command. There's either this, which, yeah, is maybe quick for getting around the map, but doesn't really tell you a whole lot. I wish there was just something just a little bit in between there. This is play. Okay, so obviously a major objective would be Paris, or we could, say, try to push the British out of supplying the front line up here. Because you got to understand, supply lines are important. And a lot of the ports along here just, were not very major ports in a modern sense. They're what we would think of them as sort of fishing ports nowadays, and to where getting by the time of World War I, you can't even hardly get a ship into them. And if you can get a ship into them, okay, you get a ship in and it unloads and it goes away, and then another one comes in. So yeah, Calais is a pretty biggish port along here. But if you were to stop these up, you really sort of collapse this flank, and it really pushes supply way out to the west. Yeah, hello, Beam Slam. Yeah. Yep. The new Pacific DLC, and he was looking forward to his new computer. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's sad. So I am going to play this. Okay, so I'm going to not try to focus on a specific set of getting a minor victory. We're going to push. Oh yes, he was. You can still, I think, see his last stream up on Twitch. So I really think Verdun is a major blocking point for our advances. So, and I also believe that the French will be able to deploy in lots of reinforcements. So if we push right at Verdun, I don't think we're going to do so well here. So, and if we push right here and we push right here, I think it's going to be hard, because as we push in deeper here, we're just going to be extending our front and making it harder and harder for us to be able to push on things. So I think the key is more out here. I am very much influenced by Sun Tzu and the indirect approach. So for me, attacking Verdun means pushing down here, because if we look at this, we draw a line like this, we're actually shortening the front line. But if we're pushing in this way, we're increasing the front line. So by pushing down here, down to this sort of rail line here, and securing this, because that will help secure our supplies as well as these other rail lines. And that is part of the problem if we're pushing in here, is we can lose the amount of supplies. So if we can secure this rail line here and get into this position here, and then from up here, eventually just push down here, we'll get this trapped. Now, I also want to, if we concentrate all of our forces at one point, it will allow the enemy to do the same thing. So I want to pick on a weak flank, and that's up here, in my opinion, the Belgians. So we're gonna also push on the Belgians. So I'm going to drop one of our artillery pieces with 10 shells starting with. up there. And we're going to use artillery to weaken units before we attack. So, yeah, we're going to drop there and that one. I think right down here. Okay, we're also going to have the recon bombers. Let's put one here. We're going to have some fighter interceptors. We're going to put them sort of forward to intercept. Now we have, okay, again, and I'll get to the chat in just a minute. What really allows the Ludendorff Offensive to happen is the ending of the war in the East. The Germans move down into, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk is signed. It allows Germany to occupy a lot of what would be Western Russia, or the Western Russian Empire, including areas like modern-day Poland, the Baltic states, and Ukraine. And Germany is desperate for food from the Ukraine. So they, no French tanks? You sure we don't have any French tanks? I don't know. I'm not sure. And so there are a lot of German troops occupying all that territory. But occupation is nothing like the grinding of the, of war. So they were able to free up and have some overstrength units. And we're going to, let's see, put one here, one up here. And they're not necessary for our immediate first turn pushes, obviously, as these are sort of somewhat in the back. But they will help us sustain the offensive. I like strategic command system, even with the warts and foibles. Yes. Well, I really do like strategic command. They're sort of grand games. And I try to evaluate games as what they're trying to be. There's Hearts of Iron, whether it's 3 or 4. Those are the 2 that I've played extensively. And they're trying to give a lot more detail. And then there's Axis and Allies. They're obviously trying to, give very little detail. And yes, this is somewhat in between. Now, what I really find best, what I really love in strategic command, because I do love it, is some of these scenarios in which I think it works best as a divisional game, as a game that the turns are just a few days long instead of seasons. I think this is where it works best. So just that's sort of my evaluation of it. We'll have to see about French tanks. I don't know. Okay, our soldiers are hoping for the offensive will win the war for us, bringing the long-awaited peace. They will therefore be disappointed if we are not significantly closer to Paris by June. Our soldiers' morale will suffer if we don't have any units within 4 hexes. From the beginning of that month, the effects, and we're in March here again, the effect will be worse if we don't have any within 8 hexes of the capital. Yeah. Now, on the big picture, World War I destroys the people's trust in the system, basically. Okay, we have 500 points. I'm going to close this, and I want to look up here, and I want to spend let's see, 75 points here. Getting the artillery, because I'm very much planning on using the artillery as my major punch in this game. And, okay, that's a 10, that's a 10. Some of these are already on the map. Okay. Right. So we're going to look at these two hexes, but particularly this one. So we're going to recon bomb. It's meant to be somewhere between bombing missions and aerial reconnaissance, which will help other attacks on that hex. What we want to walk down here, and we can see its readiness at 69 and its morale at 57, 64, 49. Right, okay, so now we're down there. Let's fire a few from this gun. Oh, we are out of range, damn. Okay, well. Not when I wanted to fire at this one. I was hoping this would be able to get there, but no. Okay, 2, 2, 3, or 2, 3, and 2, 2. So we're gonna hit it twice. Okay, yeah, so pop those out. Yeah, they get some defensive artillery because they're close enough to that gun, but that is all that they get there. Yeah, let's swap these two out. There we go. Now we can come right into here. And they come in with enough action points to basically entrench, rotate the entrenchments. We could be firing here, but I think not. We're going to get ready to move them up. No, actually, if we were firing there, we could get them for both. Okay, so that last one wasn't necessary. We'll move, well, I guess we will move these guys down, get more fresh troops up here when we push. Hello, ship commander. Well, yeah, we lost YogDog this last week. So, yeah, I'm just wanting him to be a bit more remembered. He was an internet friend. I mean, not like a good friend, but he was a friend and a colleague. Right. Okay, up here is where we're also going to be pushing. We do have some fighters here, and we're going to use some Zeppelin bombing here. There's French interceptors. I expected something like that. We have escorts. Okay, they lost 2. We lost 1. Not that but we now see that there is artillery back here. Yeah. So now here we can strike with both of these pieces. That will be our biggest damaging hit, it looks like. Basically break the unit, hopefully. Let's swap these out. Yeah, well, not in this scenario, because we are looking at, this is just the Ludendorff Offensive, but in Strategic Command, yes, very much so. There is naval operations. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's shattered. Now, see, I had a question in my mind. Do I want to attack here and damage their artillery? But okay, the HQ can't do anything to us. They can defend themselves. The cavalry, they can come in and hit. This infantry can. So what I could see happening here is this falling back, another unit falling back. Okay, 1, 2, 4. I think they could probably hit us with 5 units at least. So we're going to just move in and entrench, but this just means rotate the trenches. So they're going to move up and entrench. You can get up to there. Well, should I have used this? I don't know. They got one shell, big hit, best for going down against fortifications. We'll move him up to here. I think he'll be able to still hit the front line from here. I have a big railway gun. Any various garrison units. Now, down here on the flank, we're all sort of pretty weak. And really, we might at some point move some artillery down here. Now, for purchasing, okay, we currently have 350. So let's look at some artillery here. And 300, 360, we can't quite do that. We just upgrade it to 1, 330. Well, let's see what is currently in the production line. Okay, we're in March, so we're gonna get some tanks coming in. March. Okay, yeah, we eventually July, August will get some Austrians to come in and help us out from their dying empire. I think we'll wait. We'll wait to get it fully upgraded, so as it comes in, instead of putting it on the map and then taking some turn to upgrade. Yeah, I mean, And we could, try to wear this down, but you could see that we're going to take a lot of casualties before we get them unentrenched. Artillery is really the key here, like it was in real life, for offensives particularly, until you get tanks. Yeah, we want to end this turn. Okay, we get 550 more MPP. So with this game, and it does, this game is obviously not a perfect mirror of real life, but you get the idea that you either want to effectively capture a position, like we did here, and or effectively kill a unit, because you can damage a unit and the enemy will just quickly reinforce them. Now, their readiness and their morale aren't 100% recovered. So if you chop them, chop a unit, down in half or something, well, fine, they'll just replace it, but the replacements aren't, as ready to fight and have as good a morale as that unit undamaged would be, most assuredly. So, but if you can really actually take out a unit, they can rebuild it, but it has to go through the production queue. So that takes a lot more energy, a lot more effort to do that. And so you really need to consider when and what you're going to assault. And I would rather keep a lot of this line just quiet until we can push effectively. What I believe the AI is doing is upgrading units from one level of technology to more modern technologies here. British politicians and military leaders celebrate President Wilson's decision. The French people welcome the American acceptance of homologation, right? President Wilson's acceptance of homologation harms his popularity. I think meaning letting Americans under foreign command. Okay, so we have tanks. Now these tanks, they're big, they're slow, but they can help break the line. And since we do, like the French, have good rail communications, okay, there's an American unit right there. We can shift them from one section of the front to another. But like I said, these are slow. They need a lot of supply, so they're not going to be huge flanking arms. They're going to be much more along the idea of breakthrough vehicles here. All right, well, we can put them down here. Okay, now we have put some of the overstrength units down here. Now, is this? Yeah, okay, they're giving me the choice of here or here, or here. Now, you always want to put them, you don't have to put them in a town, but you always want to put these guys, if you can, on a rail line, because that will allow you to, when you have the opportunity to strategically redeploy them somewhere else rapidly instead of having them to walk to a rail line. Okay, now, I'm trying for an encirclement here, so pushing on Verdun again is not what I want to do. Now, I could do this. Yes, I can. Okay, so I can get to right here. Now, again, you want to really look at your supply line. So we're going to come here with that. Now, we have 3 artillery pieces, tank. You need to keep the artillery pieces pretty damn close. Yeah, let's see. Where could we possibly? Oh, we can't. Oh, C's not on a rail line. Okay, well, let's move you to a rail line. So next turn. Now, last turn we reinforced and basically doubled his strength. Up here. Okay, being entrenched, they decided not to attack. Yeah, we're going to move you up here so we can concentrate our forces. Now, like I say, I study history. I study history's effects. Yeah, I like minutia of, weapons and uniforms and that kind of stuff too. But I look at the big picture, and World War I was a failure in the, we'll call it, use a modern term, establishment. It just failed, and it destroyed people's confidence in the system. And I'm using these terms specifically, and that they're somewhat vaguely used terms, because that's how I mean to use them. Because whether this is the government, the military, the church, basically any sort of institution you care to name, the people lost confidence in it. The governments could not find a reasonable solution. Let's pull, because I talk to people, and some people very much think that governments are going to break up and things are going to become smaller and local. There's definitely trends towards that. But there's also trends in the opposite direction, in that, like here, Belgium doesn't matter. Belgium just doesn't matter. It's what its politicians and its people say. They don't really count. What counts is Britain, France, Germany, Austria, Russia. These units count, and a country like Belgium is just trying to survive. Challenge Boys. Have you thought about Western Front, the game? I don't know the game Western Front, quite honestly. So I don't have an opinion. Yes, I haven't thought about it. So we can look at what I'm doing here in a military sense of trying to make attacks that make sense, right? So I'm not just a general offensive along the front lines, bang, 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 all along it. I'm trying to make attacks that achieve an objective. We can see this at different phases, more and less, on all sides of the war, of the incompetence of the military leadership to do that. So the politicians couldn't figure out, so here what we're going to do is we're going to reinforce max. Okay, that's all we can or should reinforce there. Here we can, since we're background and we're not shooting this turn, we're going to upgrade our artillery to the best, cost of 60 MPP. Though I do want to, I know I could be burning up a lot of MPP, but we do have a bunch here. So let's purchase fully upgraded guns. I think this will pay off in the long run. Really fun if you like real-time strategy and grand strategy games. Okay. Right, so we can strike that unit there. But we also got this unit here that we can hit multiple sides. Right, so what we're going to do here is do our reconnaissance bombing, which will recon that. I'd like to get readiness below 50% at least. Okay, so now we're down at 49%. Okay, so now we can start to see that we have a real ability to deal with this game with Man of War version of World War I. All right, okay. And we're going to swap these out. 3 to 1, yes. Okay, well. So we've now taken out that unit. See, now if I move him up, it's 4 action points, and that's all I have, so I wouldn't be able to entrench. So we're going to think about that for a moment, because we may move him in there for just 3 action points. Oh, I've got to recon bomb. Yeah, like I said, I'd like to get below 50, but not that it's a must do. Yeah, that was a pretty big hit. These guys can retreat all the way out to there. Those out. They come down here. Okay, they'll have 3 action points. Or they'll still have 1 action point left. So They'll be able to come down in here and entrench. And this will allow that. This will allow these guys to shift along the front here. And entrench. These guys down here, and they will be in trenches already. All right, so we have moved into 2 new hexes and taken out 2 units. We'll move this gun to here because we can do there. Okay. Right. So we're pushing down that way. Got a big reconnaissance bombers there. Let's come up and move up some more forces. These are Portuguese, I believe. Yeah, Portugal. Another weak link in the enemy. So I think that is maybe undramatic, but good pushes here. It's thinking. See, it says it's thinking right down there in the corner. Ooh, 4. Yeah, well, they're at least doing a heavy counter bombardment. I don't know if it's going to become an offensive or not. And it is useful for them to reduce readiness of divisions, even if they're not going to do an offensive. The question comes down to, would it be better to place those units around the artillery to where they'll do defensive bombardments and have the stores shelled up for many defensive bombardments, or just have a few? Okay, well, they've really pushed forces up here, which is fine, because part of what we're doing, not that they would have necessarily sent the Belgians somewhere else, but it is to keep them from concentrating all their forces where our main attack is happening. Okay, spotting some artillery where it's sort of useful to spot. All right, well, they've pushed down into here. I don't think they could successfully cut us off, but we might as well. Okay, swap these two out. And let's see if we can just shatter division. Okay, so they just basically gave us taking out a division. Now up here, now we're in mud. There was often a lot of mud around this part of the front lines, as I understand it. Okay, so I know this is right on the front line, but we're still going to Zeppelin bomb it. Okay, a little bit of damage, a little bit of damage, a little bit of damage. Okay. Yeah, they're just losing MPP, but okay, so yeah, they're all the way up at 70. This is probably a mistake. Well, let's not continue a mistake. Yeah, we're not. That was a mistake. The other attacks. We can really concentrate our forces here. Yep, there we go. These guys can move in. Oh, shit. Damn. Okay. Well, at least we're going to be able to entrench still. And these guys can move up. And being down at 6 strength is not the best. Not the best indeed. Okay, we have these Portuguese here. Let's use the big railgun on them. Got one big shell. Here we have a bunch of shells saved up. All right, so, ooh, it'll be a lot easier than I thought. Hopefully going to be somebody there, but I think we need to risk it. Yeah. Yeah, we may lose that unit as well. This is one thing I think we need to do right now is purchase some horses. Yeah, okay. It will fully get you up to modern technology. Dude, I wish they didn't have to keep up saying the upgrade if I'm just like doing two. Yeah, what these will do is if I have them either on the front line or back a little bit, should give me better reconnaissance. That's mainly what I want to use them for. Is reconnaissance. Right. Okay, so get you all the way to 10 before we really start to try to use you. Okay. 6 shells. Oh, we're going to use this turn to upgrade you. Because next turn we can concentrate right there with both of those guns. Well, these Americans are very, very green. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah. See if we can take them out. Oh shit. Well, whatever. Undefended from here. So we can hit S and see current supply, but then we can hit S again. And as we're looking here, see if we don't come down through here, if we just try to push here, we're going to be pushing into less and less supply. That is why we're pushing here, because we need to get the supplies coming. And once we get to here, once we get Nancy, we can easily turn the flank here and hold there, and then just push this way towards Parole there and take the fort. That will be a significant fight. Right. Okay, so we've taken out the unit that came around our flank. Units that we can reinforce because we didn't use them this turn, we should do so. These guys are now on a road, so if I want to move them via rail, which I do here. Now we'll have this unit here and this unit here. Actually, because we could upgrade these. Let's do that since we're just sitting here. Because we're going to get ready and push to here to take there. And we're going to move in some reinforcement. Okay. Also going to move you that way. Okay, so far my indirect approach seems to be working. Now that doesn't mean that I'm going to get enough speed and enough velocity of attack to get to Paris and then by the end, but we're going to at least see what can be done. Holy. I know they've attacked, bombarded a few other spots. Right, okay. I know they attacked the hell out of this unit here. His readiness is 72%, where that's 95. Okay. Well, withdrawing that horse basically tells me that this unit is going to be safe. Well, not 100%, but more than likely. Now that unit may be doomed. Well, maybe I spoke too soon here. Yeah, looks like I spoke too soon up there. I just figured with withdrawing the horses, they were not planning on an offensive. Yeah. Now we'll see if they occupy those or reoccupy those X's. Yep, okay. Doing so. Now they look like they're still trying to get around my flank there. British income increases as reserves are released from the UK. More rain in the north. We lost 2 divisions. Okay. Didn't place them on the rails somewhere. All right. Now, here's the mistake. They put this British unit in here. He has 80, yeah, true. He has 87% readiness, 85% morale. If I just start to attack him, it ain't going to go well. But if I have I dump all my shells in there, we can see what's going to happen. And what I've definitely seen the AI do is keep reinforcing bad positions. Now, here they were smart. They didn't push in there to then have that unit taken out. So I'm going to do, and I'm going to spend the MPP and get up to here with this. We're going to let this get rested. We're going to reinforce here. Well, you're pretty strong, so we will get better infantry weapons. For you. And see if we can take this position up here, which is only being defended by a brigade right now. If we can take that next turn, then we're pushing on more of a straight line that they can't concentrate their forces on. Now here, okay, 6 shells. We'll consider that. Okay, I think here, I know we could upgrade this, but I think here is the time. Keep forgetting to recon bomb before starting. Okay. Yeah, they can move in and entrench straight south. There we go. Unit out. I know he can be hit by a lot of stuff, but we're going to have some defensive artillery, and he's entrenched in full strength. Okay. Remember to reconnaissance. All right. We will just do this. Take them out. Oh, that's going to take... That's 3. Okay, that will be good at coming in, and there we go. So again, on supply, no supply, but coming next turn, they'll have good 5 supply. But as I was saying, it shows us we need to push here. So good, that was even a somewhat effective bombing. Maybe overdid the bombardment, but okay, let's move up with that. And yes. Ooh, did not take them out. Okay, unfortunate, but we will move them up. And come in and entrench. Always, always remember to entrench. We can't move up this turn, Dan. Okay. You can move up there. We can reinforce. Now, down here, we could attack, but we're not. We don't care if he's in that position. He's not really turning our flank. Now, if he pushes one more deeper into here, then we will do what we did to the last one. Well, yeah, we've got 10 shells saved up here, so let's burn a few of them here on this guy here. Oh, no. What I want to do is... Oh, do we have escorts? No, Dan. Oh, good. But it showed us what's behind here, so now we won't get ambushed. There we go. Now these guys will come in and entrench and won't get, let me say, ambushed. Surprised. Whatever the appropriate term would be. All right. Yes, mostly just incremental. But that's the nature of the war. Okay, purchase. Let's see. We have 1,400. So we really need to... We can bring back a few divisions. But we can come in with some tanks. Get those in the production queue. As you're noticing, a big proponent of artillery. Well, for funsies, let's do another railway gun. Okay, yeah, let's get a little more aircraft up here. Ground attack bombers. Okay, I think we'll save the rest of the points for the next turn. Just a second, just checking the message here. Oh, all right. Okay, I'm fully back. Yeah, just why getting some more fighters and such so that we can cover more of the front line or the area with interceptors and other aircraft. Good defensive artillery. Oop, they're tanks. We're seeing an Allied counteroffensive. Will it destroy our ability to attack? Oh, they're giving us another division to kill. All right, yeah, they're pushing down there on the flank. Okay, more reinforcements from the east. Never have enough, but I think we have a bunch of artillery down there. We also have quite a bit here, but still. Okay, those tanks are scary. Well, let's see about pushing down that. All right. I should be reinforcing those guys, but it's the right turn now to hope that they'll survive. And they do, and you find out there is there. Okay. Since we have such few infantry here able to make attacks, we're just going to go, well, let's check. Right. Yeah, most basically all in on artillery. Doesn't look like we're going to make this one. Okay, you come back up. Well, we killed them, but we can't occupy. Damn. Well, yeah, we can get forces like that. Ugh. Okay, well, at least we took the unit out. Now here, we're going to do that, and then we're going to reinforce these guys. And be ready for there. Okay, now down here. Yeah, if I were to push into here, then I would be surrounded on 3 with one of them being a tank. Just like we are sort of here. Here's where the real fight sort of is we don't want to push here even if we thought we would be successful, because we'd just be putting ourselves into a trap. What we want to do is reduce this position or this position. I think this position first. So we're going to reconnaissance, which will show if there's anything there behind it. Nope, nothing behind it. Good. Okay, they can't get there. They wouldn't have it. Okay, so we're going to let them reoccupy that if they wish to. But at least we took the unit out. Well, that's going to take all of their action points. Here we go. These guys can follow along. These guys can move in here. And I wish I could have moved that. Now, this is another question of pushing artillery forward. I want to turn off. Okay, so that's, let me see where this rail line is. It's right through there. Okay, so reinforce these guys up. They're giving us another division to kill down here. Well, that's interesting. Up into there. Hello. I'm going to butcher this, but try not to. Titu Velinov? Hard to believe it wasn't on Slytherin's site. I would think, yes, I know. I'm going to miss YogDog. I know some of you guys listen to many more hours of him stream. He was an enthusiastic streamer. I did catch his streams occasionally, but definitely often if he was streaming just before me, 30, 40 minutes before I was scheduled to come on and off and turn on his stream and just have it there as I'm getting ready. And it was always enjoyable. He was, I also had a fair amount of interactions behind the scenes being a fellow Slytherin TV streamer. and he was always like being super helpful and updating the schedule, and if there was swaps of people for time slots or whatever, he was volunteering to go in and update the public schedule and things like that. It is just hard to believe. You watched him a lot last year in his strategic command streams. He was very much looking forward to. Yes, I know, and he just got his new computer. Well, I was really hoping to see him stream those. Yes, I know, I know. It's tragic. It's tragic. I just don't understand. I was just stunned when I heard the news because I was getting ready to stream Thursday, and I was wondering why there wasn't a tea time. And then they put the stream up, and then I was asking behind the scenes what was going on. I just didn't want to accept it. Yeah, I could read the words on the screen and knew what they're supposed to mean, but yeah. So I'm doing this stream to, because I love this game too. Maybe not as much as YogDog did, but I definitely love Strategic Command and wanted him to be a bit more of a permanent memory than just because the streams will fade on Twitch, but this will stay up on YouTube. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Because yes, a bit of a shameless plug, I know, but I'm right now live on Twitch, on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter. So if you want to follow or subscribe on some of those other channels, but this live stream will stay up on YouTube for as long as there's a channel here. Yep. Yeah, I thought it was. I wasn't sure. I know he loves Strategic Command of all of them, but I I too I too think Strategic Command World War One fits best with the way Strategic Command works. I also really think, and I love these divisional scale games that are just every few days. I think these are also the best versions of Strategic Command. I like the Grand Strategy, and I almost because I saw him play some of the Russian Civil War once. I thought about doing the Russian Civil War, but it was just I felt sort of too big and two sort of separated fronts. So I decided to just play this for today. So yeah, so we're continuing here. All right, okay, so that division is going to get killed down there. Okay, purchasing. Do we want to do heavy bombers or more for strategic? We'll do more artillery. Okay, let's look at our production. We got a couple of horse units, which I want for reconnaissance. Let's do another. See how much they cost. Airships. Yeah, we'll do another airship. And yeah, we're gonna go with fighters. Like I say, I wish it would stay whatever the last settings were. Yeah, we're gonna go all in on air early on, and I think we have enough for one more artillery piece fully upgraded. There we go. I got the strategic for the Civil War game, but so far I've mostly played World War II games. Fortunately, I haven't really gotten into World War One or Civil War, but I'm really looking forward to that. Yes, I also really like the American Civil War, um, Strategic Command. I've had a really nice game playing the with the DLC for it. I mean, just get the basic game and play that. That's great too. But the DLC in which you have the possibility of, well, you start with the French in the war, but you have the possibility of bringing the Spanish and the British into the American Civil War. That was a really fun game because you're also playing down in Mexico, and they have some other scenarios as well. So yeah, that's another really good um, versions to play, and that did cross my mind to play too. But the Ludendorff Offensive and the 1914 Offensive, um, the Rush for Paris or whatever. That those are sort of my two favorite scenarios. I also like the Hindenburg's whatever the one that's pushing into east at the start of the war is another really good scenario. But I just picked the one that I sort of felt I loved the most, and so I play that today. Okay, well, maybe I should be doing some more research, but I just used up all my points. So we'll come back to this. There isn't a whole lot for fighter development or whatever. We could do a bit, but don't know. So yeah. So I will say I highly recommend Strategic Command. The two games I recommend the most. Now I haven't played the Pacific yet, so I know it's still in beta. I know some of the streamers have gotten into the beta. I just other stuff going on in life really haven't had time to play or do that. But definitely, I guess my two of the big overall games. My two favorites are um, World War One and the American Civil War, and then probably um, the war in Europe, and then from there probably or the last I guess is World at War, the whole big war. Yeah, unless you're really going to play the beta, unless you're really going to do reports, you don't even have to do a lot of reports or whatever, but if you just see things, find things, and spend some hours playing it, it's probably better just to wait till the game comes out. They don't like that German unit there. Now with this game, if you get a full amount of shells, it's better to fire off a couple of them just to do so every turn. So otherwise you're wasting shells. Oh, they're trying to break out from the fort or just put pressure on us. I don't know which. Okay, yeah. Ouch, that really hurt. That's hurting. Yeah, uh-huh. That's not good. That's what I was worried about. They're going to get in and attack my artillery directly. Ooh, that really was a big ouch. Yes, hello, Beamslam. C is easy to fit different periods because its general system is not tailored to a certain historic period. Yes. Yeah, so we lost a reserve division. Okay, headquarters is there. Yeah, I know there'll be units in all of those. Okay. All right. Well, this is not good. Uh-huh. We have but 4 shells total here, and we will see what we'll do up there. Okay, well, here we're going to come down to... See, I could come to here, but they'll attack the unit. So we're going to come to here and take this unit out. And we're going to come back up to there. I think we're good there. I think we're good there. Now up here, we will reinforce. Do anything more? Aha. Okay, they came and reoccupied here, which was a mistake in my opinion. Well, I don't like that that unit fell back. All right, down here. That unit's got to go. So we're going to remember to come out here and reconnaissance bomb it. Thank you, Jamnuska. Yep, yep. I miss his voice too. I don't have his enthusiasm. I don't. I know that. aspects is one thing I really haven't gotten a good grip of. I'm looking forward to seeing how they tackle that in the Pacific game. I am too, and obviously this is my own stream, but I will criticize Slytherin/Matrix games on their stream, or on Slytherin TV. Just as a, if you don't know, a general policy note, they have sort of how much a matrix, and they don't update it all the time, of how much do we like a particular game, and how much do we think how well we think we know we can play that game. And periodically they update it with new games or whatever, and to sort of pick out streamers. So they don't give like one game that I just, not that I refuse to play, but just doesn't sound fun, is the ICBM, the nuclear war game. Yeah, I mean, if they're paying me, they do, but they do pay us money to stream on their stream. And it's not that I would refuse to, but it's just not a game that I'm interested in. So they don't have us stream games we don't like. So, I'm just saying all this now and letting you guys know, and I will criticize, what their games even on their own channels. And one thing that I find with Strategic Command, that I find it is sort of poorly done, is naval. What I like better is War Plan, which is a very similar game, very similar space. It's a World War II game. What it allows you to do is stack naval into one hex. Because I really think naval battles, whether on grand world strategy, or if you want to do a scenario of, I don't know, the battles in the Adriatic, or some smaller theater, Adriatic and the Aegean Sea or something. I really think they're more of an action of combined units, destroyers actually escorting more effectively battleships and whatnot. So I wish that they would allow either stacking or combining naval units and splitting naval units up. Depending on the scale you're playing, whether it's a destroyer squadron, a battleship or whatever. And so that's one of the things that I really do find lacking in Strategic Command. So I don't know how well I'll like. And there's limited. There's and I understand. It's not so bad here at this scale because this heck, it's a division. With some of the other support units, I wish there was. And it doesn't really matter at this scale for like air units, but on the grand scale that I can't put an air unit and an infantry division in the same hex or something, it's a little more of a problem. And for War Plan, one thing I really do like is you can say, whether it's a core or whatever, you can go in and you can add like a specialty element to it. Like engineers or reconnaissance or whatever. So instead of having this sort of separate unit, it sort of mitigates the stacking problem so much. So yes, Beam Slam, I really do like War Plan. There's no game going to be perfect. I've interacted with the devs for both Strategic Command and War Plan. So I mean, they're both I consider internet friends. But so it's not anything that I don't like the people. It's just sort of different sort of emphasis. Would I really feel like here? I get the idea of artillery, and it shouldn't, even at this scale, it shouldn't be way back here and shooting forward. But should it keep? Again, I would organize this and have certain types of units, if you will. So like an infantry unit can stack with one other non-infantry or cavalry or or tank maybe, depending on how you want to organize these up units, so that I could move these infantry on top of the artillery, and the artillery would still be there. And yeah, for battle purposes, like we did see them attacking, we'll have to deal with the artillery that got hit here pretty bad. You would have infantry protection. I would do some, and I get the idea, and you shouldn't have big death stacks. Whether in the grand strategy versions of these games or in the more operational or tactical versions of these games. Yes, I agree that there should be stacking limitations, but I don't think it should be, it should do that. I don't know War Plan, but I got Shadow Empire for that reason. It has stacking and also entire economics politics. Yeah, War Plan. Shadow Empire is a really good game. It's very simple graphics. It's in a a sort of neo-barbarian, if you will, settings. I've often looked at it as center. If you know, I'm the Raj Whitehall series of books, science fiction that very much suits the Shadow Empire type, rebuilding on other planets. More realistic in that respect. The way they do it in Strategic Command is to rotate units. Yeah, it does pretty well. I would prefer a certain degree of stacking as well, especially when it comes to big battles. Involve lots of units. Yep, War Plan. You have acquired YogDog's trait. Yeah, well, oh boy. Well, I'm not trying to copy YogDog in his enthusiasm. I just know my personality isn't the same in that way. But yeah, no. Al, I know Al. I know Bill. Both Bill Rummaker, and I'm blanking on the other strategic. But Al is the main War Plan dev. Yeah, I again, just sort of in internet ways, not that I know these guys. So I like gain trait. Yes. Hello, Sev82. How you doing? So yeah. Look, and I'm taking what you're saying. I am when I'm streaming here, or even when I'm streaming on Slithering TV. I am not trying to sell you any of these games. What I am trying to do is present the games. Yeah, I'm trying to present the games in a positive way. Like I say, they check with us in essence. Do we like the game? So yeah, and I'm trying to present it in a positive way. But you've got to decide on, and since I get all these things for free from them, budget is not an issue on these. Budget is an issue in my real life, but not for Slithering Matrix games. And some of the games I like, but I just don't have time to play all of them through with all of the scenarios and all, whatever. So I just play them enough to sort of learn the basics of them and be able to present them to you. Some of the games like Panzer Corps 2, I went through and I played a bunch of, when the different DLCs came out, I played a few scenarios for the streams and whatnot. But then I later went back, once they basically got almost all of the Axis operation out. I think there's still 2 left. I just went through and played it all just on my own for fun, not for any streaming. So some of the games and some of the American Civil War I was just playing on my own too. So some of these games I very much play on my own. But I'm just, like I say, trying to present them to you so you know what they are, if they're a game for you or not. And that is how you have to figure out what you want to play and what you don't. Yes, Midsummer. Yes, very much so. Summer Solstice. And have multi-hex combat units can detach. Yeah, just more Chrome. Yep. I meant War Plan thing is in a funny way. I've found so many cool games. Yep. And it, again, I'm old. Um, I've been around a long time in this wargaming aspect. And when because I remember the days before there was, any realistic war games at all out there. Well, everything was tabletop, whether miniatures or board games. But as war games, computer games started to come out, you had box art, and you had maybe magazine reviews and whatnot. And it just, often I was let down by the box art and even by the magazine reviews on some games. But nowadays with streamers, you can really get a good look at what the game is before you spend your money. Now, I always also encourage everyone to check out and wait for sale. Because do you really have to have it when it first comes out? Well, hey, if you got plenty of money, for games, yeah, go ahead. No doubt. But normally there's enough stuff that's already out that's good that you're already playing. So wait a few months and the sale will come, bugs will be less, and this is whatever game we're talking about here, whether it's a Slytherin Matrix or whether it's some other AAA title. You can wait a bit, and then when this sale comes, and so what? You're 3-4 months behind the first people getting stuff out. Yes, pretty much have all their own variations of Norway Sweet. Yes, the Nordics. Yes. Well, yeah, that's the only time in the Nordic regions do you guys actually get sunlight. Yeah, demos definitely in like I say, in the sort of well, some magazines you spent more for to get a CD with in the distant past that would have a demo versions of the games on the CDs that came with the magazine. And then in the early days of um, the mass use of internet, downloading demos, and just one game that's popping in mind that's currently, at least for PC, is you can get demos for is Order of Battle from Slytherin. All of their different versions of their game that you buy, you can get the first mission for free, and the minimum sort of base game is free, so you can try that out. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of demos, but I'll tell you what, because streamers will stream literally and actually fairly early, literally the whole game. And again, I'm talking about just games in general. Um, I don't see that that's important because sometimes making that demo can really cost the company a lot of money. I mean, it's not huge amount, but because you have to make a special version, make sure you don't want it to go out buggy, then you get a bad reputation. So I can do without demos. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it, or whatever, but if I can have a game that's better, whether less bugs or otherwise better developed or some such thing, if I can have a game that's better without a demo, I'd rather have that because again, streamers, because I do check out other streamers, especially if I'm going to actually pay my money for games. So yeah, I bought SPI War Games, yes, based on cover art in the 70s and 80s. Yep, yep. It's like they say, the cover of the book is designed to sell the book, not necessarily represent what's in it. So yeah, you got to do that. You got to look, and back in the particularly 70s and early 80s, I was fairly young, so mostly, I mean, I did buy games like Panzer Leader and Panzer Blitz, but get introduced to them through other people was often how I learned the basics of playing, and like with Axis and Allies, not Axis, no, sorry, not no, Third Reich. That's what I was thinking. Third Reich. Get some basic taught by somebody else, and then found out, yep, that's a game for me, and then go in and buy the thing. Nobody was doing it. Yeah, when I was studying, mostly played demos from game CDs attached to. Yes, absolutely, Beam Slam. On topic, too many good games, no time to play. Yep, still got Rule of the Waves 3, GW2, I'm blanking on, Black Sea, unplayed for the past couple of years. Yep, lots of good stuff out there. Okay, well, let's continue with this. We can continue to reminisce, but okay, so we're going to... Oh, Distant Worlds 2, yes. Okay, thank you, yes. Yes, I know, and I've played that game. Just got to get my headspace right. And that's another game that is okay, but sort of minimum graphics, shall we say. It's not graphics intensive, or however you want to put it. But is really good, really well developed. So, no, I think I'm going to push over there. So, oh, okay, he retreated, so we're going to push him into here. And, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I made a bit of a mistake there. I thought I was going to be able to... Okay, you get to come up to here. You take that out. This guy's just not entrenched. Okay. I should have killed the other one first. Yep, make mistakes. He recon bombed there, so he's going... Okay, so where... Hold on. Let's... Just back in the day when it had to be bought from Matrix Store. Right. Yeah, no, Distant World, it's a really deep game. There's a lot going on in it. I like the idea that, well, a lot of computer games that are economic based are really, in essence, authoritarian games that are, command economies. Whatever you may want to, and this isn't, when we can talk about different economic models, whether we want to talk fascism or communism or just, we could talk about sort of like a medieval command economy, which isn't either communism or fascism, but meaning the lord, like I'm thinking of manor lords right now. The lord of the manor and that is saying, oh yeah, we'll build a water mill here, we'll build a fishery, which they actually would take parts of rivers and have some of the water come off into ponds and actively farm fish, and a lot of that is sort of command economy, and we can look at free market, but there is stuff in between even just total free market and a command economy. And Distant Worlds has more of that element, that I would say, than just the overlord of the game, if you will, saying this is what we're going to do. Boom. I think there is a little too much of that in a lot of economically based games. We wanted to get him up to the front so that from here he can strike here, here, or here. Now, here we can strike and weaken that. Ooh, that was actually very good with 0 loss. And we're doing this without artillery, but we should have, of course, recon bombs, so we'll do this late. Your planning general has been making mistakes. Talking too much about other things. That's the excuse us streamers give for not playing well. All right. Okay. So we are pushing here. We're going to push down here. Again, let's take the units off here. We're trying to isolate out Verdun here. So if we push down this road, we would just be giving, more and more flank to the enemy to try to cut us off. So we're pushing down here so that we have whatever the forest is here. And so we just hold the main, not that we won't necessarily have contiguous front line, but they're not going to be able to push up, as we can see here. Oh, it's not showing us supplies in this mode. But they'll have a real difficult time trying to supply units through here. So if we come through here and get this rail link here, and we'll be running a lot of our supplies down through here. So if we do this, we're going to be pushing here. And then if we push down here and then here, we're going to be able to control enough supplies that eventually cut this off and bring this down. At least that's the plan. All right, what units? No. Yep, I knew there would be a few back here. I think he just moved. Yeah, he did. Now down here. Okay, yeah, we've already done that earlier. All right, up here in the rain, in the mud rain. 2 and 2. Okay, we are going to reinforce you to the max. Whoa, reinforce you. Maybe would have been better to upgrade, but I don't know. Okay, we got those guys ready to push there. Now here I don't like how things are going. Okay, we can't, because of the mud, because it's artillery, we can only go to here. So this will allow us, by doing this, to max out reinforcements there. Sure that we're entrenched properly. Now here, have you ever tried out Gary Grigsby's games? Yes. I have not a lot. I've been playing mostly scenarios, and that's another game that you bring up that YogDog played a lot of. War in the East 2. I mostly played the scenarios just because I really haven't sat down and decided to play the whole Eastern Front. But and it's really played a little bit of War in the East 1, but mostly War in the East 2. I haven't played his other games, but they look great. Again, it's just time. I love war games. From a love to play perspective, I could play 24/7 war games. I just love them. So well, I think we'll come down this way. Now, I think we'll go with one more of these because these guys will be useful as we start to push. You try out a few anti-air. Well, let's close. Let's look at some of these. There's not a lot. We are got command control, mobile warfare, trench warfare, anti-aircraft. Yeah, let's spend the 50 MPP. Might as well do this. If we're going to do these, we might as well do this early in the game to have some effect. So let's do that. And I don't know that there's a lot more. Let's purchase a couple of these guys. Okay, and we'll save the rest for next turn. Or reinforcing here a bit. Both are good use of our MPP. Now, one thing that does work well, talking about grand strategy with, economic kind of thing, command economies, and because partially it's just, little computer designer, game designers, the way they're trying to design their games. But warfare is, generally speaking, shall we say, a command economy. I can pull out a few examples here and there of individual companies either doing some of their own research programs that have a breakthrough that aren't being, supported or ordered by the, the government. And periodically you do see whether it's startup companies or some different, manufacturing company that switches over more or less on its own. But then for any of these things, for continuation, actually production, it becomes part of the command economy. Because if Singer sewing machines did make 1911, the Colt 1911 pistols during World War II, you can get a Singer 1911. They very well may. I'm not saying they did. They probably were organized by the government, but let's just presume they looked around and say, "Hey, yeah, all of our machinery, or some of our machinery here that makes sewing machines, yeah, we can just refit it with different tooling and whatnot, and start producing pistols." And they may do that on their own, but obviously to get resources, because things like. And yes, even during World War II, even in Germany, even in America, there were still private sales, often to military personnel or police or somebody else, of things like firearms. And they were still doing private sales of firearms, like in Germany for a good chunk of the war. Not lots of them, but they were being done. But again, mostly it's then becomes government contracts once they sort of demonstrate, hey, yeah, we're producing pistols. Do you want us to continue? And that. So command economies, whatever your economic theories in life are of how you should organize an economy, normally, market economies really don't work in war, because you don't want unnecessary competition, or you don't want duplication of effort at the wrong time. So yeah, they sort of do, and easier to do in the games. Don't know for you, but if you invest 2x into technology, there's a chance at research breakthrough and you would get. Okay, thank you. Say, I like the combo of NATO symbols and graphics. Well, yeah, Blast Pop. And I really like this. Is what had been the Blue Max mod that's now sort of rolled into a DLC that you can enable. Yeah, you need to sort of go into the settings and enable the DLC for the to get to Blue Max. And I'm a bit, and yes, it may be partly my age, but I just it's NATO symbols are a language to me. Graphical language. And sure, I could have up in the corner here a rectangle with a dot in it to say artillery piece. But this, unfortunately, we can't zoom in any further than this. And I'm playing on a pretty nice laptop, pretty big. It's not my normal screen. But you can see here, the two dots for division. Somewhere I was seeing a like here, a single dot here, for a brigade. But these are two French units, and this is, I like counters better than the like clumps of people. Play it the way you want to play it. Play it the language you want to see it. But so I can quickly see that this is a division and this is a brigade here. But I can also see this guy has a helmet, this guy doesn't. So this is higher upgraded. So this is a better infantry unit. So this is a weaker unit, as in size of unit. I know they're both 10 strength, but this is a 10 strength brigade and this is a 10 strength division. And this one has higher, a technological upgrade. They got helmets and probably more Kosho machine guns and whatnot in this unit versus this unit. So it's a quick way to convey a lot of information. And yes, this does have nice pictures, nice feel as well. Get you sort of in the mood. I looked it up and it just random. For some reason I thought it would increase the chance. Okay. Thank you. Recently read a lot of the German camera companies were pulled out of the market to make lenses for military purposes. Oh, yeah. Zeiss, particularly. Now, they did continue to make, I don't know how much they continue to make cameras. They probably did, because you do need, not just for propaganda purposes, but photo reconnaissance. But you need, how many pairs of binoculars do you need? And like if you're talking World War II, well, I would say every tank should have at least a pair of binoculars for the commander to look around. So that's every tank out there. Anybody who's doing any artillery spotting should have a pair of binoculars, whether that's a specialized spotter or a platoon commander or a company commander. If you're talking like a medium or heavy machine gun team, not so much a squad automatic kind of guy in a platoon, or even the heavy, or I should say medium machine gun for a platoon. But, when you're talking grouping them together, somebody in there should have a, pair of binoculars to help, fire those machine guns at long range. So you just need huge amounts of binoculars. And then, mentioning again tanks and whatnot and anti-tank guns, a lot of those, I would say just about everyone should have a pair of, optics, because you really, okay. But I think most of even the German 37 millimeter guns, you want to be able to put that range in, and you want to, in essence, sort of what you would think of as a scope for a rifle, but just, some sort of optics to look through that have magnification and help you with range, setting the range and aiming that anti-tank gun in. A lot of, you have a lot of scopes on rifles too for snipers. And so, optics are a major thing in like World War II. So just everything needs to. So, so if you're doing a World War I or World War II or some other all-consuming war effort game, and you're having the economy as specific, we have economy here just as in MPPs. Okay. And whether that's rifles, machine guns, or whatever going to the divisions, or manpower, or supplies, to resupply. Because when one of these units takes damage, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily killed that many soldiers. If I knock out half the strength, that just means that half the strength of this unit is ineffective. So that it can't defend, it can't attack. So it just maybe a rabble of men. Some guys still have their guns. They don't have necessarily any ammunition because they had to run away from where all the ammo was, not just, on their body, but a small ammo dump, had to run away from it. Maybe they grabbed the machine gun but left the piles of ammo next to it. So it's not necessarily, that many people. And when I kill a division, it's not necessarily like everybody just died. Now, it would be either died or captured if it's like inside of a pocket. But otherwise, these war games are sort of simulating just wastage of war. So when we send MPP back to this unit, and I understand why you can I do think another weakness on strategic command games should be a maximum. Oh shit! I didn't. Okay, well that wasn't so terrible. I didn't even know I was still on him. But on this unit here, um, it it's not. I think going from like it can go from strength 2 to strength 10. I think that's too much. I would say maximum 5 strength up per turn. So it takes a little while longer. Even in the grand strategy seasonal game, I would say should take longer, or have a maximum percentage. So if we're just talking 2 or 3 factors out of the 10, yeah, sure, every turn you could replace that. But this division down here shouldn't be able to. And again, I know because it's readiness and morale will still be hurt. So even if it goes back to 10 and whatnot, it's not like magically all good, but still, I think it's two. Okay, max 5, so max go up to 7. So then attacking it next turn, it would be weaker. So that would um, encourage, whether it's the humans or the AI, to pull this division physically back 1 or 2 hexes and move in another division, and then start repairing it. So because it is so damaged, and not just slightly damaged. Let's see. Grandfather played the war effort. They allowed him to purchase a new car. Well, that's cool. NATO symbols. I was brought up on 50 years of wargaming. Yeah, and I don't want somebody to try war games and then go, "Oh, this sucks. I don't understand all these NATO symbols," and just walk away from the game. But I really think there should be encouragement, and like me being a streamer, I'm encouraging this, is for people to learn them, because it is and this is why the military. Oh, and if you want to say, oh well, NATO, yes, some of these, and I think by the Americans, not by the Germans, but I think by maybe the Americans and British, there are some maps with these types of symbols. They weren't quite as codified as NATO eventually does. Were definitely used as early as World War One. For map writing on maps for some of these units. So some of these symbols definitely go back to World War One, which probably means they're actually a little bit older. So yeah, I would encourage, again, like I'm doing right now, is for new players who've gotten into a game like this and go, okay, yeah, the sort of 3D. I think there's like 3 men or whatever, sort of in a clump. Okay, I've learned the basics of the game. Now I'm just going to switch over to counters and learn those. I think in the long run, it'll be a good language for you to know. If you're going to spend a lifetime playing war games, and they can be simplistic war games, they can be complicated war games. Gary Grigsby's War in the East. You don't have to play you know the most complicated, but if you're going to join the lifestyle and whatnot, in the long run, it'll be better for you, I would say. Okay, let's give the Frenchies their turn. Okay, we got mud everywhere, which slows down movement. Yep, see, we just saw him reinforce, I think, as opposed to move in units. I think that's what happened. Well, they moved the British airships up from Britain, it looks like, to France for some reason. I don't know why. Good. Interceptors, yes. Escorts. Yeah, some intelligence. Okay, more artillery. Yes, yes. Down here, sort of, kind of would be nice to be able to push on some of these. And as you know, I'm very much in favor of the indirect approach. But we don't want to too much, dilute our push. These tanks scare me. Hmm. Yeah, I think we will go here. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Okay, we're going to shift button. Hopefully these guys will survive up there, but we'll take these guys out. Okay, another division gone. Yeah, I know they can rebuild it, but it's going to cost them MPP and time. That is good, even though, because that's the third division we've killed down there? All right, okay, so oh, that can like really gut them. So let's see what we can do here. But first, we got to remember these guys did not get attacked. So let's rotate around our defenses. Actually, we're going to look straight south because I'm planning on taking that hex. Oh, well, yep. Let's remember to recon bomb. We have escorts. -1, but we successfully. Oh, and I'm bombing. Yes, good. Okay, so okay, these guys are down at readiness 53 and very, very low morale. These guys here. So what we're going to do, we'll think about that for a while. Okay, well, Entrench. These guys, they only have, oh shit. Oh boy. Well, these guys won't be able to entrench. Neither will these guys. But we'll move them up anyways. There we go. A little bit of shuffling around, but we now come down here a little bit of, so a lot more straighter front line would be it. Okay, so how many rounds do we hear? Just 5. Okay. Boom. Boom. Enemy contact. Okay. Well, I probably should have recon bombed first there, but I was sort of, might have told me what's down here. But that's the one we're going after. With this artillery. Okay, we have 4 action points. It's going to take 3 to get here, and which will allow us to entrench. There we go. So we're entrenched, entrenched, entrenched. Good. Pushing forward. Got the tank is not entrenched, but it's a tank. Can't entrench. Right, there we go. Real gains, real gains. Okay, these guys are too far back here. Let's make sure I reinforce them. And continue pounding. Okay, one more. Use more the artillery than the manpower. Goody. If he had fallen back, well, oh well. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll move to there. He has more action points, so he's going to come down here, kick this guy's butt, and oh, it's going to take 4. Nope. Nope. We can't entrench. We're not moving up. Yeah, we'll just wait on that then. So, 4 shells, 4 shells, 8 shells. Okay, so we're going to start out, we're going to fly over here. Get escorts to go after the... Okay, yeah, lose 2. But mostly I wanted to see what was right there before I pushed in. Okay. Okay, now. Pretty good hit. Uh-huh. Well, yeah. Okay, so we took Newport there. Pushing on the flanks. Okay, we will pound this right there. Good, now we see what's behind us. Behind them, I should say. Okay, now we will entrench. Okay, just started a new game of Edge of Darkness and pondering on to replace von Hindenburg with new National Socialist leader. I don't know if that's going to work out well in the end. You know, like I talked about earlier, that World War One just devastated just about everybody, every participant in its nations, or the more heavily engaged you were, I should say, in World War One, the more it destroyed trust in institutions. We see it definitely predates World War One, trust me. But the spiritualist movement, the esoteric movement, whatever you want to call it, I'm sort of surrounded by it here where I am now, literally, um, blossomed, booms after World War One. Also, the pandemics, the influenza pandemics, also contribute to that. And a lot of that is the institutions, I will say, um, inability to meet, shall we say, the people's spiritual need. I think, and yeah, we can look at the big in the West, the big spiritual institution, of course, being the Catholic Church, but even the Protestant churches and others. So I don't want to single out any one of them. But I think to a point, they got lazy in having to explain, why would God allow this to happen or something like that. So, and I'm different religions, different people have different natures of what God is or what God would think about things. So, it isn't just, definitely see the slower movement through the mud, particular to any one group or whatever. So we see that, and then mentioning a National Socialist leader coming to the rise. There is an immense amount of good to be said about the, I don't know if you want to go ancience regime, which is more referring to pre-Napoleonic type regimes, but the old regime, the older institutions. There's a lot to talk about with them in economies and institutions that are lost post World War One. And here is Gamer getting philosophical in that relationships between people. Oh yeah, it did. A lot of those bloomed during the pandemic too, but relationships between people changed radically because of World War One. And here is what I'm bureaucratic states. Well, obviously, we can see bureaucratic states like in the Roman Empire, but in the more recent times, meaning post-Roman Empire, we definitely see elements of a bureaucratic state. I don't know, in the Venetian Empire with the trades and whatnot, but a lot more of the institutions. And whether we're talking, and I'm not, I'm talking Middle Ages, because Middle Ages aren't the Dark Ages, and I still will hold to the Dark Ages term. I don't like these modern people are trying to make it not dark. It was. But the Middle Ages and then coming in the Renaissance, sure, there is a need for a certain level of bureaucracy, but there's also so much more relationship between the peoples. Meaning, and yes, part of it is definitely an inherited, blood aristocracy. But you really have you really have the personal connections between, and I'm hesitating to use certain terms like government, but government is governing sort of, whether ruling and governing are similar but not the same. But you have a personal connection. You have, people aren't just, numbers, like social security number or whatever you have in your country. There's sort of an identification number or a driver's license number. People aren't just that or just some sort of name. They're an individual. They have quirks. They have personalities. You know them. And it's sort of the bureaucrat, if you will, or the governing people. Bureaucracy, especially as institutions become of scale, is necessary. And so, is bureaucracy good? Most people go, oh, no. Is air good? Well, yeah, oxygen, you need it to live, so oxygen is good. Well, large institutions, you need bureaucracy, bureaus, which were, sort of desk drawers, if you will, and sort of organizing up is how I believe that etymology of the word is. So you need it, but it's become, particularly in the post-World War I world, not responsive to each other. To the bureaucrat who's supposed to be serving the people, he doesn't have to be nice. He has his job. So long as he doesn't do something so egregious, either within his organization or to the public, like so egregious as in being like corrupt, and if your culture is not pro bribery, like hey, yeah, some cultures, yeah, they expect bribery. I mean, it's part of the payment, but unless it's something criminal almost, you can't get rid of that bureaucrat. He's going to be there, and so you come up to that bureaucrat and want him to do something. They have to do it. Yeah, I'll get to it. Yeah, I mean, and so you have this. The bureaucrat is supposed to be there to serve the people, but they're not. They are, go to, the DMV. You're just a nameless, faceless thing that comes in, and most of them won't even interact with you. I actually recently got a new ID in a new state, and I'm sitting down talking to the guy. We actually had a conversation, because now this is sort of small town and very different from where in California, where LA area. I don't want to specify more than that. You're just nameless, faceless. So, and this is just sort of the way the bureaucrat is. You don't know somebody's name. They don't know yours. You can't get rid of them. They can sort of dismiss you, but can't quite get rid of you either. And it's become an impersonalized system. And that is where it's bad, because we are persons. We're not impersonal. We are persons. And it's just this sort of post World War I institution, and whatever your economic philosophy or democracy, it's the best in the world, or hey, yeah, monarchy, it's the best in the world, whatever your governmental organizational beliefs or like I say, economic beliefs may be, we've lost this connection that was there. And so you see in the connection that you still often got in World War I, in the British and the Germans, yeah, and there's good reasons to not have elites based upon bloodline. Now, there's good reasons to have elites based on bloodlines, and we could go into that, but that's a different point. But a lot of times you had units coming out of an area in which your local elites are your military elites, or some of them are, and the people. So it's a community at war. It's not just impersonalized sergeants, impersonalized officers just with just random men put together and trained. They're actually coming from a particular community. Now, obviously, the wastages of World War I are so great that you can't keep that up. I understand. You can't like, oh, hey, some little village in France or some neighborhood in Paris or you know uh, let's say, because you don't want to take all of them, but let's say coal miners and somewhere in Germany take half of the coal miners from the mine, and then the reserve officers or whatnot from that community. And now they're maybe not all coal miners because some of them also work in other jobs around that coal mine town. All come to yeah. At first you can have a unit like that, but as the war goes on, you can't keep that up. It's just a practical impossibility at the scale that we're looking at. You're just going to get replacements coming in and whatnot, and it won't. Some of them maybe if happen to be from your same small, could be neighborhood in Paris or factory or whatever, but you're not going to get this. So we've lost a massive human element because of World War I, and only exacerbated by, well, the rise of communism, because it is antithetical to humanity. Every element of communism is anti-human. So these nut jobs think, oh well, if it could only work, it'd be great. God no, it's evil. It's evil at its core. Yes, in memory of YogDog. Hello, Jean Leggy. Leggy? Don't know quite how to pronounce that. Yes, we lost YogDog last week, if you didn't hear already. Yep, last week we lost him. I found out about it on Thursday. It was a day or so before. Day or two before that. So, you didn't? Yeah, we've lost him. And so we're playing Strategic Command, but I'm also pontificating on things. So, and this can also be why we lost YogDog. This impersonalized society. I know YogDog had, and he stated on his, and this is why I'm repeating it because he put it out there very publicly on his Twitch channel. He had, he was, no boy, I blank on things. He had ADHD and somewhat autistic or whatever. So, did the institutions, the bureaucracy, the mental health institutions in Britain fail him? Yes, they failed him. I mean, they failed him. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not filled with a bunch of people that are caring, and that doesn't mean that if they were more traditionally set up, that they would have succeeded. No, because there's always going to be failures. You can't save everyone. You just can't. But definitely, and because I don't know a lot of the details, I do know some of the stuff. Not, I mean, just recent history over the last couple of years. I do know that he did have mental health problems, and at periodic times he, shall we say, went in for more treatment, shall we say. And I don't know what the solution would be. I'm not a mental, a psychologist or psychiatrist or whatever, to say to pump him with this drug or just have this talk with him and that would have solved the problem. I'm not claiming to know it or know that there was a magic solution that would have done it. Nothing like that. But I'm talking about the the impersonal nature of society as it's become what it's become is what we lost in this war. The idea that the institutions around you that knew you, and you knew the institutions, and the institution not just here's the form to fill out, and if there's a complaint you form, because you didn't get what you want from the original form, you fill out the complaint form, and then you go into some other tribunal of 3 people that are going to look at your complaint about some other bureaucrat, or that they approved or didn't approve a road planning thing, or a health, a surgery or whatever. And these people, they don't know you. You're just somebody, in a case, book there that they, look at the case, and the myth of, well, these people are going to be impartial judges. Well, let's see, impartiality, you think that, well, it's not favoring one group or another. Okay, yeah, but also impartial, it means that they're not really understanding what's going on. They don't know the actual history. They don't know these people. And that element of the institutions, and, you can have, whether it's the German Empire or the French Republic, you can still have layered connectivity. The old idea of, and I didn't know well, just sort of said hi to him a few times, but where I had an office years ago, there was still a beat cop, in that he was, probably in his 50s, fat. If you're a quick running kid, you could easily run away from him. He carried an old wheel gun, a revolver, where everybody else by that point was, using automatics. And he had about 5 blocks of one street that was sort of, restaurants and other things, and then maybe a block or so off of it. And that was his beat. 5 days a week, he would, during the day, into the early evening, second half of the day, early into the evening, he'd be walking up and down this street. Lots of, some high-end restaurants, some sort of, diner restaurants and stuff in the middle, and there was a movie theater, and there were a bunch of office buildings, but there were a lot of people out on the streets, a bunch of small shops. And that was his beat. So he could know every shop worker, shall we say, if they wanted to. He could know them and they could know him. And every regular on that street could know him. So he was a beat cop. He knew what was going on. He knew the shifty people, because they were the shifty people that would come into the area. Oh, I thought you understood 82. Yeah, we've lost YogDog earlier this week. This is in memory of him, his stream. And so now in most places, in large cities at least, but even in smaller or whatever, you get cops that are, responding to calls, going to here, going to there, doing this stuff. And it's just all impersonal. And they may be great cops, and they may be bad cops. I mean, you can be a bad beat cop. So, you can layer, you can have, like I say, the French Republic with all of its colonies and whatnot, or the German Empire at this time. But within the various layers of society, you can have those personal connections, those ideas of, hey, I know everybody in my, area of operation, whatever that is, whether it's a delivery guy or a baker, people coming in to get, bread and cakes or whatever from them. And you can still do that, but we've, through laws, through other things, we have impersonalized everything, and we've, made everything out to be a form, a formula, a setting. And so it's just really, really destroying people. And it's destroying the interactions. And so, and this war, World War I, is where we lose it. Not in the French Revolution. I mean, it's chipping away at it in the French Revolution. It's here, and yes, whether it's the communist revolutions and in particularly Russia, obviously, or shall we say the Wilsonian institutions that are pushed up in America, the larger bureaucratic states, and federally, because it's now you're now a federal inspector of Bureau of Land Management for the federal government instead of saying the Colorado Bureau of Land Management. So you may be from Massachusetts, go into the forestry management, and then get sent out to Colorado. And yeah, you're from the backwoods of Massachusetts, and you know all those trees and that system. And now you're regulating Colorado, and you don't care because after this, after like 5-year assignment, you may get sent down to Louisiana. So you're no longer tied to a location, to an idea, an environment. And so this is because you really see it's Wilsonian, is where you really see this big in America bureaucratic state that's federalized, not where before Wilson, again, and he uses a lot of World War I powers that he's granted to implement some of this stuff. Before Wilson, it's really the state still. Yeah, we've moved it into post-American Civil War really does sort of cement federal government power over the states for sure. But it's really Wilson, and then made even more so under FDR. But it's this time period. This is what I try to study with this with war games and history, and look at it. It's this that breaks down that personalized interactions. And again, it's not just government; it's business. And so part of the problem is with business is, and yes, I think it's, I don't know if horrific, it's demeaning would be to, shall we say, whites only or colored entrance over here. And so, yeah, in a way, it's very good that and I'm trying to choose my words carefully here. It's very good that we fought the idea of corporate institutional racism like that. But what if I wanted to set up a business that, hey, I don't know, whatever it might be, it could be a laundry or something, but I'm only going to have customers, I'm only going to serve customers that are men over 40 that are veterans. So so there's gender. No, you bring it, whether it's, oh, well, no, those are women's, no, we just service men here, not women. Oh, but it's sexism. Yeah, I know. And it's over 40. That's ageism. Yeah, no, we don't want any of these young punk kids in here. And no, this is just for veterans. It's not like a veterans club, but I mean, you can create something like that. But go, hey, yeah, I want to discriminate against everybody but men over 40 who happen to be veterans. And we're a laundry. We do laundry here. Now, it may be a terribly bad idea for a business because there may be only 10 of us in the area that would qualify for that, categorization. But if I wanted to set up a business like that, they would be suing me right and left. Well, women, you have to be a lot women in. You can't, or that's ageism or whatever. And so we become, because of needing to abide by often very nice and very good and very well-meaning laws, we become impersonal to this to humanity, and that is part of what I think is driving our mental crisis, our mental health crisis that we're discussing here. So, yeah, I think it's fine to have a women's only gym. I think it's fine to have a women's only not clothing store that no men come in, because whether it's undergarments of some sort, or whether it's not undergarments, it's just shoes, but we just don't want men in here, you know, um, you know, whatever, if you want to put restrictions on it, yeah, sometimes they can be ugly. And how do you redress that? Well, you redress it by societal change instead of laws. We become overly concerned with laws. So I would, yeah, if somebody says, "Hey, left-handed people can't," well, no, who cares about left-handed people? Let's say if redheads can't come into this business, well, is there another business of that type that I could, um, uh, go to that would service my needs? Yeah, I'll go to that, because I don't like people discriminating against people based on the color of their hair. We can, discriminate on the basis of left-handies. Who cares, right, guys? Yeah, I know you guys got left-handed. I'm joking, only half, but I mean, you get to, I shoot a lot of firearms, and I know Gun Jesus is left-handed. Yes, I know Gun Jesus is left-handed, but no, we don't need to require guns to be made for left-handies. Yeah, I know there's a lot of ambidextrous elements in guns. I know, but so because we have institutionalized and we've codified with laws and everything, we are losing the humanity. We're losing the human touch, as it were. So that is how what we lose here in World War One. I once had a boss, a manager, or whatever, say to me, "I treat everybody equally," or "I try to treat everybody equally," or words very close to that effect. And I was, and it was this sort of small business. I was just thinking in the back of my head as having this conversation, we're all different. We all have our different personalities. Some are better at sales, and some are better at doing other parts of the job. And why should you treat us all the same? And it just, not trying to treat everybody well or try to treat everybody good. Okay, beam slam is left-handed, yeah. But see, beam slam, you're sinister, because left-handed people are sinister. Okay, frequent Slytherin, just catching up on the chat here. Yeah, same here. I found him last year through Slytherin Strategic Command streams. I also followed him and watched him on his own channel. Yes, he will be missed. Yeah, I considered YogDog a friend. I mean, he wasn't a close friend, but our interactions on the Discord, the Slytherin TV Discord that we have for our streamers and to deal with the company and whatnot. Yeah, which we chat once in a while there and whatnot. Yeah, Doug was the most contributing streamer to Slytherin. Yeah, and a lot of those, because if you don't know, most of the streams there are the scheduled streams we get paid for. YogDog, all those extra ones that he was putting on, he wasn't being paid for. He just, I mean, there were roughly even broken up between us the number and amount of streams. Sometimes somebody gets a bit more just because they're better with a particular game or whatnot. Life ain't fair. But all of those we were all being paid for. But the extra ones that he was doing, he was just doing just for fun of it. So yeah. All right, let's continue with this. So yeah, this is what I try to study and present when I look at these games and whatnot, to understand how the world is affected by what's going on. Okay, let's see. I got off track here. Okay. How many cavalry divisions do we have? Okay, 3 coming. I wanted some. Don't know how useful heavy bombers are, so we're going to get some replacement divisions in here. And those are cheaper, if you notice, because these are, and this game doesn't have, compared to something like Hearts of Iron, a distinction between like divisions that are surrounded and destroyed versus just destroyed. So this is not really creating a new division. This is taking a shattered division and taking them way back, maybe back to Paris or somewhere, and rebuilding them, so they're going to be cheaper than doing the same thing, as you can see here, with standing up another division. Just keep that in mind with the game. So never really thought of the role of World War I in all this way, though. Yeah, no, World War. Okay, I sort of, because the participants are the same and the countries are basically the same. You have the pre-French Revolutionary world, okay, before that. Then you have, the French Revolution and the Napoleonic era. And we sort of say that together, or some people try to separate it out, but Napoleon was very involved with the French Revolution, very involved, in the battle for Toulon. He's basically the guy who drives the British and the Spanish out of Toulon, the leader, the general, if you will. I think he was just a colonel or whatever, but he was the driving force that got rid of there. So, and then you got people like Wellington and all the other, a lot of soldiers, even ground soldiers, but a lot of the same participants through the French Revolutionary Napoleonic War. So the French Revolution and Napoleon and the reaction to it set up the 19th century with Metternich's Conference of Europe, or Congress of Europe, I should say. Congress of Europe, yeah. Whatever. And sets that up. So you have the 19th century. I would say largely with Europe as a timepiece. Yeah, I know the Franco-Prussian War and the wars of liberation, if you will, or whatever, for Italy. But there isn't a lot of other outside, there is, yes, the one Franco-Prussian War. There's not a lot of, because you can look at like the 7 Years' War, and I don't even know what it would be called, but the war that breaks out over the American Revolution. Because, hey, guys, if you don't know, they sort of like maybe not have a total formal peace treaty, because eventually the Paris Peace Treaty comes out between the Americans and the British, but when basically the fighting is over after Cornwallis surrenders at Yorktown, and the British sort of, get a few holdout spots like New York City and whatnot. Basically, the war is done. Yeah, there's still a few people dying, but basically the war is done for the Americans. But oh no, in Europe, it's Europe and down in the Caribbean. De Grasse, the French admiral, is fighting major battles with the naval battles with the British. They're attacking the different British islands. As the Great Siege of Gibraltar goes down in that time period. And sort of after the fighting is done in the American Civil War. So there's a big, still general European war going on, after the American Civil War. So yeah, I got 7 Years' War in the 1750s/1760s. Then you can jump before that, the general European war in the 1740s, and so that's like the 1770s, and then you jump into so you've got about like every 20 years or so some major, maybe not every country in Europe getting into this, but you got these major wars going on. Well, you more or less stop that for the 19th century. And so you have the 19th century, and yeah, we can again point out various wars within Europe and blah, blah, blah. But it's largely a time of peace. And then you have World War I. And World War I, and as probably a lot of you would know, yeah, Vienna Congress, yes. Thank you, Beam Slam. That World War I sets up So to me, the 20th century, the 18th century ends in 1798. No, 1789. Sorry, flip those. 1789. That's the end of the 18th century. It ends there. Yeah, I know there's a few more years left, but the 18th century ends. Then you have the sort of, like I say, the French Napoleonic, French Revolution, Napoleonic War from there till roughly, 1815. And then that's sort of a weird period. And then you have the 19th century, which the 19th century goes from basically 1850 to 1914. That's the 19th century. And then you have the 20th century, which starts with World War I and things leading up to it. And that goes through till, what's I don't know. The year basically I would say the Berlin Wall comes down. What is that? 89? 90? Yeah, 89. So again, that the end of the 20th century is, the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the falling down of the Warsaw Pact. And then I don't know how we want to label it. We'll have to look back. Do we see the sort of peace dividend through the 90s and then the Islamic attacks on not just New York City, though that was the big dramatic one because, they hit other cities, and reactions to that? Or do we want to see eventually look back at reopening of large wars in Europe or Eastern Europe or whatever, whether it's the Chechnya War, the Georgia War that was much more brief, or now the Ukrainian War? How we'll organize that. Sometimes we can only really look at in the past. Yeah, 98. So yeah, the World War I sets up the 20th century. It is the start of the 20th century. And because the leaders couldn't handle what was going on, and they couldn't, okay, 1914, war breaks out. For very good reasons, I would say. Having your, I'm going to call it, equivalent of a vice president of Austria assassinated by Serbian-supported terrorists, that's a reason to go to war. I mean, that's a legit reason to go to, invade your country. You don't let people get away with that. I mean, that, So yeah, it breaks out over that. But, by 1916, there should have been not realization that, how do I put this, that we can't win the war, whichever side we're talking about. But there should be a realization that, okay, we've sort of kind of fought to a stalemate at any major objectives. And no, nothing going down, Lawrence out in the desert, or Kitchener or whoever is moving up through Jerusalem and in there. No, those are all sideshows, people. I mean, maybe important sideshows in a way, Gallipoli and whatnot, but those are all sideshows. We're looking at, core Austria, core Germany, core Russia, core France. These are where the real action's going on. Okay, everything else is sideshows. Cool sideshows to study, research, and whatnot, but they're just sideshows. And yes, as I said earlier, I'm very much a believer in the indirect approach. So sometimes the sideshows are the way to ultimately win the war, as opposed to trying to send math columns right up through the center of the front lines. But the leadership should have recognized that this is the situation. Yeah, Germany, given this set of facts and that set of facts, and these other things that could happen, might make it to Paris someday. So what? What is going to change materially for Germany if they get to Paris? Oh, hey, yeah, the Russians are out of the war. We're talking 1916 here. The Russians are still in the war at that point. But let's say if we can knock the Russians out of the war, and if America doesn't come in, and we can choke off supplies from America with our submarines and ships and whatnot. Commerce raiding ships, and if Italy stays out of the war, and if, and we make it to Paris, what's going to be different in the peace treaty? Seriously, what's going to be different? I don't know. Down here, maybe a better map or something. Okay, what territorial gains are we going to get? More of this territory, maybe? How is that going to materially, worth the lives that we're going to lose taking some more French territory? Really? Really, people? We're really going to lose all those lives, and we're going to get, maybe a chunk of French territory somewhere? Or are we really trying to, get some Morocco or the French concessions, in China? Or, what are we trying to achieve, from the German side? And the French, what, they think they're going to make it to Paris, in 1916? I mean, not to Paris, to Berlin or something, or even to Munich or something like that. And how's that going to change? Well, we'll get back Alsace-Lorraine or something that they took. Really? But in 1916, you were, how many years away? Oh, it's just one offensive away. No. Couldn't the leadership see that, yes, maybe if, yes, we could continue to choke off German supplies, and yes, if we can keep Russian the war by sending them rifles and bullets because they have people, and yes, Germany is slowly starving, we can eventually. Okay, yeah, the French are pissed off over what is it, Blücher, the the German. I know some of you don't know me well, but I blank over proper nouns at times. The German general, that marches into Paris alongside of Wellington at the end of the Blücher or whatever. Okay, they're pissed off that the Prussians helped beat Napoleon. They're pissed off over the Franco-Prussian War. I get it. I do. Yeah, Blücher, yeah. I get it. But the British can just go, hey, frogs? Yeah, you frogs? If you don't work with signing a treaty, we're out. We didn't want Germany to control Europe. We sort of like the idea of, keeping Europe, destabilized by not having a great superpower there. Keep Europe divided. Not that it's not divide and conquer, divide and rule, because Britain's not really trying to rule or whatever. But keep a continental superpower, Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, Imperial Germany, from ruling Europe for that. So we were in it to stop that kind of thing from happening. But we've succeeded. We've succeeded. We've stopped. The French sort of did stop the push on Paris. Defense of the Marne. But we've stopped that. We've achieved the goal. Now all we got to do is negotiate a peace with the Germans. And hey, yeah, France, if you're being too unreasonable about that, we're out. Bye bye. Yeah, we're no longer gonna give you aid. Our troops aren't going to be here. We're no longer going to support your war effort. We're leaving. And force the French and the Russians and whoever else out to set up peace. Because the institutions, and this could be business, because you did not have significant strategic bombing type warfare, business was able to mostly run. and they were making things for the war, so they didn't complain too much. Commerce, which is different, they were hurt. And commerce is often, things like shipping, is trade, shall we say. So business, French cheese manufacturers are manufacturing cheese and selling it to the government to feed the army. They're not selling cheese to the Americans or cheese to Scandinavia or wherever. They're the cheese makers are still making their money, but the people that did commerce, did trade, they're being hurt greatly by this war. The religious institutions, because they're often filled, appropriately so, by people of the nation, they're cheering on their nation in the war. But they didn't come out. And it's not necessarily like a peace movement or anti-war movement. It's trees traders. Yes. I'm just using that as a thing. It could be watchmakers. They're selling their watches to the government so that the guy that, getting ready with the flare gun and the whistle to signal to go over the wall is watching that, and the guy in the artillery unit is watching watching the watch, just to say when to stop shooting their guns, so that to coordinate the attack. So the manufacturers, and it's not always war materials, air quotes, like guns and bullets. It can be watches and cheese, because you need to feed people and they need to coordinate things by time. So yeah, it's industry. And the governments couldn't figure out how to talk to each other to set up peace. Is Belgium worth all of the death on either side? Could Germany take half of Belgium and France gets the other half, the French-speaking half or something like that? And the Belgians are going, hey, what about us? We don't care. Again, small nation doesn't really matter. I'm sorry. I know a couple of Belgians, whatnot, or new or whatever, but, it could be saying this about the Dutch, hi Arno and others, or Beam Slam about Denmark. You guys just don't count. You're in a small nation. It's, when elephants fight, the mice have to watch out or they might get stepped on. Human life is still human life, so it's not that your human life isn't important. It's just, as strategic power games, you gotta do what the big guys say. That's my point. And so, yeah, with the inability of any of the institutions, and again, it can be social institutions. We can talk about small nations left-handed. Yep. Hey, everybody, remember to follow or subscribe or whatever to get more of gamers' opinions about things. But it could also be, I don't know a whole lot about them. I know a little bit. But, the Masons or other sort of social clubs and organizations that definitely have international branches. None of these organizations really were able to, smaller beings of, okay, yeah, you try to be smart, but part of being smart is what side do you suck up to? And so, yeah, this is the failure of World War I. And it's only the great destructive power of the weapons in World War II that allow for ultimate victory, if you will. And yeah, because it really, honestly, for World War II, it's a non-factor, the atomic bombs. But the tonnage of bombs, whether it's the Germans or the Americans or the British or even the Italians were able to put, on bombing mission, strategic bombing missions, um, that really allow overkill, because we can look at whether it's destroying factories or some of the more tactical, sort of mass bombing missions, after the D-Day landings. Well, before the D-Day landings, the bombing missions to destroy infrastructure, railways and bridges and whatnot, to slow down or stop reinforcements. And then later, trying to break out of some of the hedgerow countries, they used a bunch of the strategic bombers just to bomb areas that were German controlled along the front lines, trying not to hit the Allied targets, but they weren't. They were just to bomb areas. They didn't have like bomb the church or bomb spotting Tiger tanks or something. They were just bombing areas to break the things, because of this destructive ability of the weapons allows for crushing defeat. And then we set from World War II, we go into what becomes the Cold War, but it is really, shall we say, the what would be, if you will, the liberal world order, I think would be a good term, versus the communist world order. Is sort of the world is sort of defined through the Cold War, and it's the ultimate total destructive power of those weapons, the nuclear weapons that do come about, that keep it from going hot generally. Yeah, it'll go hot in Korea, that you have Soviet pilots wearing North Korean uniforms with, Russian, Soviet/Russian made airplanes with North Korean, badges on them or whatever, flying against American planes, American Air Force planes, So they're shooting at each other. Soviets and Americans are shooting at each other over Korea, but they're not over Germany, kind of thing. But like that. And then a little bit more localized, shall we say, in places like Vietnam or Afghanistan, because you didn't have, there wasn't like a secret Afghan Air Force that was just really American planes with, Afghan markings on them or something like that in Afghanistan. Sure, on both Vietnam and Afghanistan, you had some advisors, very few, from the American side in Afghanistan, government advisors. I knew some of the non-government people that were there in Afghanistan, and of course lots of weaponry being poured in, sort of like Ukraine. So yeah, we've have that kind of stuff going on, but it was otherwise a relatively stable world within this. So that's all the 20th century. And what is being said? Smaller. Okay, still here after 1,000 years. Yeah, you are. Um, with some, yeah, friends and luck. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. Okay, let's continue here. I know we got. Okay, I think we are ready to hit give the frogs and the Brits their turn. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, Newport's down. Belgium morale falls. Germany and Mannerheim defeat the Bolshevik forces in Finland. Okay, good. Surprised you haven't, excuse me, surprised you haven't pushed with that tank more. Because even if they don't want to push it to get surrounded or something, push it deep, I'm just surprised they haven't been attacking with it at all. Sometimes you don't want the AI to be too stupid because it becomes unfun because you see what would clearly be what another player would do. But then you also don't want to, well, I'll show you in a minute. I don't know how to, Ludendorff, I don't know. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name well. That's part of the reason what you're seeing there is why I don't like to fire all of the rounds one turn, because we do have some effective use of defensive artillery. Looks like he might survive. I moved him in without digging in, and I knew that. And, oh, well, maybe we'll hold that. Okay, good. We're holding Newport. Since I saw the Belgians sort of backing that up, I was hoping the British wouldn't come in hard. Good. Okay. Now, HQ units do have defensive values that are significant because they, not only represent, the guys with a funny hat that are sitting at a map table, they also represent logistical troops, but also, rear area resupply, garrison, Italy prepares for war type people that are around that very much could be rushed into, defensive wars here. Okay. Doing good down here. Some of this, like I say, is traffic jam. How much can we put in one location? But we also don't want to spread too thin. Okay, they pushed a Belgian unit in here instead of... See, if they push that tank in here, that would be really, really threatening to me. They look like they moved that tank somewhere else, so I don't know what's going on with it. Okay, we'll put him up here. And another airship. They have pretty good range, so we'll stick him over here. All right. Now to show off tank power. Now this is a well-built unit, or well-developed unit. Okay, so here it's 0-0, but here we can do take out 2 factors for the loss of none, or take out 3 factors for the loss of none. Now so if you did that, you could start rolling down this line quite effectively, potentially. Now, though, remember, we are more pushing to try to surround Verdun. So we're not going to do straight that. Now, this unit here has been well mauled. So, and we can see readiness down at 59%, morale down at, what is that, 43. All right, so we're going to withdraw back to here. We're going to move you, whose readiness is 100% and 94% morale. We're going to move you into the spot, and then we're going to bring you in to fill up the hole. Okay. Now, like I say, we're going to push here. We've got a lot of infantry, bit of a traffic jam. Good push on the Americans. We've got to get some of this artillery to effective spots. And again, let's take the people off. Okay, so we are trying to take this rail link here. That is our goal, to allow us to push down here. So we need to take this town. That right now is not a good attack. We have 3 shells here on this guy here, but we've got lots of infantry around. So we are going to do a reconnaissance bombing operation. So that's some light bombing, shall we say, and a lot of like photo reconnaissance, like looking, where is the enemy? Where are their trenches? Now that we've spotted their trenches, we're going to fire artillery at them. Hey, Spiraling 69, how you doing? Okay, is that all? Nah, one more. Okay, now we're doing better. Okay, so we're going to use the tank to hit without loss, hopefully. Yep. Okay, now we can really see this sort of upgraded unit there. Okay, now, because I want to move a unit in and have enough okay, what we're going to do, we're going to swap these out here, take this out. Okay, so we can move the tank into there. Do we want to? Do we want to? Could leave this position. Yeah, we will. We will. We might just leave that hex open for now. Okay, good. We're actually gonna swap these 2 out. That way we can still max out our reinforcements there. Now we have artillery up within range of this unit here. And again, we're going to take this off here. This heck, I mean, we're going to have to clear it, but it's unimportant where the horses are. But the horses, because they're not entrenched. They didn't entrench. Horses can entrench, but they did not. Wow. Okay. So we are going to save up artillery rounds, but let's put 1 good blast onto them. And then they fall back. Okay. Well, not quite what I wanted to have happen, but I guess we will live with it. So now, because the supply is sort of low, these only have 3 out of 4 action points. If I move down there, we won't be able to dig in, and these guys have already shot, so they won't be able to dig in. But what we can do here is, again, swap that out and get them closer to the front line. We're trying to get that hex next. Again, take a look here. We're trying to push down to here. So that's going to come through here. Down through here. So, well, okay. These guys need to be reinforced. Yeah, rip horsies. And again, why I like some of this, because these guys here, you can see here, they have the pickle hoob, the spiked helmet, where these guys have the stall helm, the steel helmet with the camo on it. So it tells you how upgraded or lack thereof some of these units are. Let's undo that. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to swap these out for a 12 strength unit that is now going to entrench. Straight looking trench straight south. Right. Okay, 3 shells, 4 shells. We're not gonna fire this turn. We're gonna save up some more ammo. I'm deciding to move that there. That's good. Now they withdrew their tanks, but all right. Actually, sort of good, I think. I don't know where they may show up, they may show up, may be the problem. Now we can kill, I think, that what is that, Belgian? Yeah, Belgian unit. If we wish to, I think we can. We've got a nice British unit down here. 7 rounds, 6 rounds. Well, swap these out and reinforce. What does the trench look like? Okay, trench is going in the correct direction. So reinforce. Okay, this gives us a good solid, because see, once with here, we could, with both of these artillery units, we could crush him and push that way a bit. I know this is all very, very incremental. 7. Big shell. Fire there. Should have done that first, but either way. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. That is what I wanted to see, what was behind here, more so than trying to bombard or disrupt a particular hex. Okay, let's give him a bad day. You can see here now. Some of these more elite setup troops. Okay, no damage, yay. And 1-for-1. Shattered. And those guys are just going to stay there. So I'm going to leave this spot open just partially because I don't want the tank to attack me. Partially because I really don't need to go in there. It would be better to have a fresh unit sort of come in and then get slaughtered. You could have attacked down here, but what I'm hoping to do is once we get this unit, able to shoot, we can see about taking this. So we're pushing this line back here, as well as pushing around the flank there. We need either one of the other tank or something here. I don't know. We'll probably put the tank down here when we get another one. Production. When are we getting it? Okay. The 20th of May. So, yeah, we're just in April. So a month away to get that. All right. Well, since we're here, let's revitalize one of our lost divisions. And we can do more artillery? Yes. So you can see artillery very much is the key to this. Okay, so we've got all that we can get right now. Yeah, we'll get these. These are more for strategic bombing. I don't know how much they're going to help us, like at the front lines, but yeah, we'll save the rest either for reinforcements that I see along the front line here or next turn. Bringing in more divisions. One thing I wish there was maybe I'm just not looking at, oh, well, no, it's a little flashing. Well, no. Because those are just can move, I think, because, oh, well, then we can reinforce him. Not him. Yeah. But the flashing element is just, is the action points. Wish I knew which ones could quickly scan to see, because obviously I can see something less than a 10. Quickly scan to see if they can be reinforced this turn. Like him. Let's give this a go. French morale falls due to loss of Nancy. German morale up till he joins the Entente. They're going for strategic bombing up there, which does hurt a little bit in the loss of MPP. Yeah, 1 MPP. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, strategic are hitting cities and taking away MPP. But you can sort of kind of use them as reconnaissance. I'd like to be able to have more recon bombers. Yeah, you're attacking me. You just got bloody. You're attacking again. Yeah, so far effective for me. Like I say, the big thing that I was afraid of is that. The tank. Didn't know how it got over there that fast, but okay. Okay, we lost a unit. Oh, they're trying to come around my flank again. Oh, I forgot to reinforce these guys, I think. Damn. Oh, well. Okay. Bombing damage and one division destroyed. Spotting another detachment. Okay, reminder, importance of Paris, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I know I'm not advancing very fast. Okay, well, these have not a terribly great range of effect, but a bit. Well, there was the sort of British airship strike, so we'll stick one up here maybe to deal with that. And then let's somewhere, I don't know, maybe here. Another big railway gun. Okay, got to be on tracks, obviously. Um, yeah, this might help. All right, let's come up to save this. Well, I wanted to stream today, like obviously the stream says, in memory of YogDog. I really like YogDog. It's been a long time ago, I guess, now that I met him online. He was just so friendly, so positive in his attitude, at least online. We don't know how people are offline, and I guess he was just hurting a lot. I don't know if the world made sense to him or not. Man, he'll be missed. He'll be missed. So I want to thank Tetu Villeneuve for coming here today. Spiraling, Beam Slam, going back up the chat here. Sev82, Gene Leggy, Blast Pop over on YouTube. Just going up here. If you're still around, Jam Nuska, thanks for showing up. Arno, who may still be around, though it hasn't been chatting much recently. Challenge Boys, Ship Commander, LOL. Thank you for coming here and remembering YogDog today. I think I've been having fun playing this. I think whether it's especially in his memory or not, but I think I'll probably continue this game on for next Saturday if you want to join me then. Tomorrow I say, because it'll probably very likely be Arno and maybe a few others. We'll be playing War Thunder here, mostly World War II type tank era stuff. So you can join us for that. And oh boy, I think it's late next week. I'm back on Slytherin or something. Not sure. I know they did streams yesterday, but I'll be back for Slytherin too. So remember to follow. Okay, he will indeed be missed. Thanks. Yes. Yep. Okay. Thanks everyone. See you next time.